Welcome back, everybody.
Hey.
Derp.
Greetings.
For those that have been following us, we are coming into the silly season, so our regular gaming schedules are all over the place. So for the until the new year, we're going to be running all sorts of one shots and fill-in games, and today will be another mission from Shadowrun Missions. So before we begin, does anyone have any character points or any bookkeeping that they'd like to take care of before we start? What's the what?
Date.
Don't ask me that.
I have to know because I'm actually keeping track of. I remember I have the debt, so I have to pay the $6,000 per month for the system.
I did have a look, and there's no mention of any particular date in this mission, so I guess we can fast forward. Let's make it a D3 weeks.
Looks like the last, or the current date on the calendar is 28 March 73. Is that still correct?
Yeah, don't believe that. In the forum, I did an accurate timeline. So
I thought we had fixed that.
I don't think I've fixed the calendar. It's very unlikely that I did. I say I did. I should, but never do.
You should do it now. Or at least get us on the right one. I don't even know where that is.
3/28/2073 was mission 5B on a silver plat, which I believe was the last mission.
Alright, so we're up to date
yes,
for the last mission, but the previous missions in the calendar logs are not accurate.
Very well.
So we will fast forward a week.
Oh, did you roll?
Yes.
I was going to mention that I did finally purchase a TACnet. A for real TACnet.
Cool. And how does that work for everyone else?
I don't know that it actually does anything except giving the tactics bonus, which I don't actually have tactics, and that's going to be weird. But it does do the mini map and all that. So basically, everybody can keep track of where everybody is. I should get tactics. You know what? I'm going to spend a point on tactics. Problem solved.
I'll spend a point on tactics.
What's that put you guys' tactics to?
Non-default.
That puts me to 12, plus 1 for the software. Right. You had it already.
Yeah,
And
I
that's an
added
IQ
one
what?
heart.
So 13 for me.
Should be IQ -2, it looks like.
Yep.
Alright, so you should be able to see log entries for 7th of April.
Yep.
Sweet. Alright, so any other point spending? Those that are spending points on tactics, that's fine. I think you guys have done sufficient tactics in the past.
Both successful and otherwise.
Indeed.
I guess we will do, since we have crossed over the month, we should do cost of living for everyone.
Yep.
And since I have a job, I actually get money from this, I think.
Yeah, same here.
Alright, then you will need to make your job rolls.
All right.
Then we shall have to define what our job roles are.
You will need to roll on your prerequisite skill. So,
Only, I don't think we actually have a jobs table.
I teach thaumatology, so I guess I could use teaching or thaumatology. Whichever is better.
Since I'm essentially doing web design, I don't know exactly.
that would be computer programming.
Woof.
Yeah, it's not programming.
Web
Rate
design?
my prof says that I'm never in my office.
I would squarely say web design falls into programming.
Yeah, I'm an actual web designer, and it's not really programming, but it's kind of related, but it's kind of not. It's probably good enough, though.
It is computer programming with the language being HTML, CSS.
Well, you could look at it that way, I guess.
Alright, so you guys do perform adequately in your jobs, so you will get your pay for the appropriate wealth level you have.
I don't remember. I think because I'm just standard, but I don't remember what that comes.
I don't either.
15.
I seem to
15,000
recall
sounds
I seem to recall they did standardize it.
Yeah, by tech level and by what level you're at, but I don't remember what it is for this tech.
It will likely be around the $2,000 mark.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
right.
But someone can look it up.
See
I'll
if I
just
can
take the
find
2.
it. I'm not that worried about it myself.
Sorry, I don't have any of this background for Cato.
Does Cato have a day job?
I'm happy to give her one at the gym.
Oh, that's a good idea.
She
Alright.
can be PT.
Then you will need to make a job roll for Cato, and that will be on an appropriate skill, I guess, for the gym.
I'm either thinking acrobatics or judo.
Well, acrobatics would be like gymnastics. Judo would be, some sort of martial art.
Okay. Campaign tech level 9. Typical monthly pay is 3,600.
Modified by wealth level. And I should point out, if people have disposable income that exceeds their starting wealth, then you should be getting the next wealth level, comfortable or whatever it is.
Should be or have the option to?
No, should be. Once you.
Well, that depends on whether or not you're spending it.
Yes,
Yeah,
if
exactly.
you spend it,
We're trying to keep it down low.
if you spend it, that's fine. But if your disposable income, and that's like hard cash. So if you turn your stuff into gold bullion, for example, and hide it away somewhere, then that doesn't count as cash. But if you are not spending and you are above your starting wealth, then you need to be going up in wealth level.
So I have to move to a better place and get a better car and all the stuff that goes with a higher wealth.
No.
Okay.
That's status. So you can still be status 0, but you have to go up in your wealth level.
Now I follow.
And since you've got the page open, Daniel, what is the cost of living for status 0?
It's 600 should be. I don't think that ever changed.
No, it doesn't.
And that's on a different page.
600 sounds right. So everyone deduct 600 from your monies. As for Cato, you have acrobatics. You've got your judo, karate, and you've got your wrestling. So you could also probably do swimming. You could be like a swimming coach or something like that. So make a choice as to what your day job involves. You then roll on that skill. If you succeed your skill, everything goes great with work. If you fail, you potentially lose your job. Alright, so Cato, after 1 month, you will get your paycheck, which was it 3,600?
Oh, okay. That whole business about having to buy up your wealth level, that's if you have a job that is a higher wealth level than what you have. So if I get a wealthy job then at some point, if my savings gets built up to that level, I have to buy wealthy.
Okay, so that's only if
So
you have a
if I
wealthy
stay at
job.
average, I don't have to do that.
Fair enough.
Of course, I don't know what the web designer actually should be. Because in my real life one, it's definitely average, but it probably should be comfortable.
We'll just say that you have a web designer job matches your current wealth level.
Well, the lower wealth level version of it will probably allow him a little more flexibility as to when he can run off.
Alright, well, if you do that, then you would halve your monthly
No,
income.
I mean, at average. That is not comfortable.
Oh, okay. Yep. I think there is some job tables in some of the books.
Well, they have those in the old ones. In the 3rd edition, they used to always have those. And I think the only place I've seen it in 4th edition is in Traveler, in Interstellar Wars.
Do they not have job tables in the tech books, like low tech, high tech, ultra tech?
Now, Low Tech Companion 3 had sort of that. I think it does actually list the monthly income for those jobs in there, but that's specifically for determining prices of crafting items. But I think it probably works, but I don't think they have one for any of the higher techs.
I wonder if, like action in any of those books, action or Monster Hunters or something like that, if there's any job tables in that.
Actually, I think most of those kind of ignore it.
Either way, does not matter. Alright, so Ethan, if you wish to roll on your electronics op communication, assuming if you have day jobs. You don't necessarily have to have day jobs.
Sure, why not?
Alright, so you will get your monthly income of 3,600 less 600 for your cost of living.
And then I got the Cyberdeck stuff figured out as well. I went with a Complexity 6 standard deck, but made it high capacity.
Cool.
Yeah, I think that's what I've got as a 6 standard.
Alright, so any other job roles for people? Or
Nope.
do the rest of you solely make your living from shadowrunning?
At the moment, that's
Well,
all I do.
that's pretty much everybody anyway.
I wonder if those of you that have jobs, we should tag a duty role to see if during the run your job calls you away to do something inconvenient.
Only if we get points for it.
Which reminds me.
I guess technically that sort of means that I do have something of a job.
Oh, because you have a duty?
Yeah.
Any enemies, secrets and stuff like that, could I please get those rolls into the box?
Right.
So only Frost and Frey that have ancillary rolls.
Is it? Maybe it is.
Oh, only you two, Frost and Frey, have made rolls for enemies and stuff.
None for me.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, other characters had those, but they're not here.
I wonder. Yeah, so if I'm rolling a duty, that technically does sort of mean, I guess, that he is got a job. What the hell kind of job skill is that? That's just
What is it?
guns. It's for the agency, and it's extremely hazardous.
Well, if you had a professional skill tradecraft or something like that, it could be administration.
Yeah, what's the likelihood that I'm going to be doing administration?
Do you have a tradecraft skill? Or soldier or something like that? Well,
yeah, soldier.
Oh no, I'm going to get fired.
It says what to do with that. What is it? All right, on anything but a critical success or a critical failure, worker collects monthly pay.
and a failed roll means what?
Nothing.
That seems weird.
Unless it's freelance. There is something about
Unless it's freelance. Yeah, freelance is different.
Alright, so, Frey's case, there's some paperwork that you have been slack on getting in on time, and your boss will yell and scream at you about getting stuff done on time.
Damn it, 007.
So if your duty activates, what sort of stuff does your duty call for? Is it wet work, or are you going to deliver secret messages, or is it something else?
Well, it's extremely hazardous, so it's probably wet work.
Okay. Alright, I think we're good to go, unless there's more stuff that you want to take care of. Is anyone buying anything, doing anything, contacting people? Do you have activities that you or matters of in-character business that you're going to take care of during this week?
Since it's been a month, I will check in with Pip and see how he's doing.
Frost is actually going to start looking into the bank accounts that we pulled, and start doing research into how to possibly get into those.
Okay, you can make a research roll. Now, this is all also data that was handed over to District Attorney.
Yes. Which I now realize probably means they've gotten frozen.
They indeed have. So as you look into it, you'll start at the time that you're actually looking and going, how are we going to possibly fleece some money from this? You start seeing one account go closed. It's like no, and all those accounts are now frozen.
Figures.
But you would learn that it is very, very difficult to mess with the financial data because, the megacorps, they devote a hell of a lot of money to making sure that their money is safe.
They also believe their money is safe.
Spoiler, it's not.
Pip, he is doing okay as per normal. He's a little bit rattled with the incident in the underground regarding the gold mine. He doesn't feel as safe as he used to, and he tells you that as he gets around, he's always a little wary of who he talks to and stuff like that.
Well, that's good policy. Keep doing that. Need any hamburger money?
He says, of course.
Right, I'll send him 100. Just keep your eyes open. Let me know if you see anything you think I'd be interested in.
How's McAllister doing?
McAllister is doing fine. He's in recovery, so 7 days from the end of the last. Actually, it's a little bit more than 7 days. So he's out of hospital, and he's just in recovery. healing up, getting better, and starting to rebuild the gold mine.
I'm double checking to make sure that those contacts haven't changed for anybody. Actually, mine has changed, hasn't it? Yeah. Oh wait, no, that's book. Never mind.
You could do that. You did fail your job wrong. You could have got fired. Career change.
Yeah, but I don't want to come in as a nobody on the ground.
Alright. Another night in the sprawl. Neon lights, AR spam popping up left and right. Yet not a drop of rain in the sky. Not a drop of rain in the sky. As you soak up the mild evening air, your comlink beeps with an incoming message. You open it and find a dinner invitation floating in your field of view. The invitation reads... I will copy this into chat.
Oh,
With nothing else planned,
fancy.
And a clear sky, you accept the invitation and receive a temporary pass to the parking garage and restaurant.
Pretty fancy place. I will dress appropriately. And not bring my weapon.
I've yet to watch Person of Interest.
Actually brings up an interesting point regarding weapons. Is I actually have the concealed carry license perk.
That lowers the or raises the legality class.
I think it's
So it depends. It depends on the CR of the restaurant, effectively.
And most places like this will let you check weapons in the Shadowrun universe. Like a coat check.
However, your parking permit only allows for one vehicle.
Oh, this wasn't a message for each of us?
It was a message for each of you, but the parking permit only allows for one vehicle.
Alright.
So if you're going to take a vehicle, then you will all have to get into the same vehicle or come via other means of transport.
Frost
I'll
is
Uber.
going to show up on a scooter.
I have a car.
You should come on a scooter.
I'm not coming on a scooter. I'm actually in a bit of a... I don't normally go to meetings with my face uncovered, but this is not a place where I can go in with my face covered.
So you could maybe go, yeah, guys, I'm going to hang outside and let me know what happens.
Yeah, there's no requirement for you to actually attend the meeting.
You know, I've
Yeah.
actually been thinking about the way it works. You know, right now it's obviously the missions have the built-in, hey, you all get a message, which doesn't really make a lot of sense for, well, most of us, I think.
I would assume
So
that because you guys are on the job, you would have a means for people looking for work to contact you, and you would make that publicly available within the
Right.
Shadowrun circles.
Yeah, because I was thinking there might be like a I don't want to say Tinder because that's not right. And what the heck is the other one where you can rent or hire people for, well, any of the hiring software, I guess, that they have out there. There should totally be one that is just for Shadowrunners.
There no doubt is something similar here. But you guys would have, made your names known to fixers and bars that you frequent out in the city, saying that you do this job on the down low, and this is how someone can contact you.
And it's some kind of secure contact that has nothing to do with your real contact.
Right, and you would all be going by your street names, not real names. So Kato, for example, will have a street name that's not Kato.
That's true. What's her Shadowrun name?
That is a great question. I have no idea.
What the heck was the game again?
Mirror's Edge?
Maybe Edge.
Mirror or Edge, yeah.
Edge.
Bam, problem solved.
Then there's the problem with my face.
Yes, we've been saying that for a while now. Wait, no. Hold on. There's no way that Frey would say something like that.
So I'm presuming this is not a virtual meeting, so we can't get around it that way.
It is an actual in-person dinner meeting at a pretty swanky place.
How do you get around that?
You don't go. You have somebody else go. Or maybe you hire someone who has robot eyes, or that you can puppet them remotely.
Disguise?
Well, I was just thinking I do have disguise, and I could probably snag me a kit somewhere. That's probably what I'm going to have to do. Wear sunglasses.
The other thing is, you would just be a face in a sea of faces. It'll just be, whoever you're meeting with will be able to put a face to Frost.
Facial recognition.
Right, but there's, again, you're just a face in a sea of faces. Someone would have to be specifically, seeking to match your face with your real identity.
We're Shadowrunners. People are probably trying to match our face with our secret identity.
Well,
I'm being sufficiently paranoid.
We're celebrities. I mean, the stuff we do ends up on TV eventually.
Yeah, but that's by name.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Like,
I think this guy will probably work here.
Yeah, I think so. Because, yeah, you'd be recognized on the street after all the stuff we've done.
Well, it depends on his reputation level. He might not be.
I actually have a rep now.
What is it? 1?
2.
Okay,
Of
never
course,
mind.
it's only with Shadowrunners, but
Yeah, same as
this
mine.
isn't Ditch who's trying to keep a low profile.
And I have 3 in Shadowrunners, and once I get it to 4, I'm gonna end up having to clearly change it so everybody recognizes me.
So +2 rep with Shadowrunners would be like the Mandalorian when he walks into that bar where he picks up his jobs.
Is that a 2?
I would say that's probably a 2. He's recognised, people will see him and they'll go, that dude there is Frost. He's pretty cool. He's badass. +2.
Well, they won't recognize him if he's not wearing his normal outfit, though.
So you guys only have +2?
That was the first time I'd actually paid for one.
However, if you go to the Space Needle, for example, no one's going to recognise you.
All right, I'm going to be picking up a disguise kit, so it's what, 200 on.
All right, make a disguise roll.
Something to note, Brian. I rolled for the ally, and I saw that she did actually trigger. So I'm just going to presume that the sister is going to scrub me out of any video when I go in there. So I'm not even thinking about that.
I don't see your ally roll.
You have to scroll up. It's right after the
Right
date.
up top. Yep. Okay.
Tape. Yep. So yeah, I'm just going into the Space Needle like an elven John Wick.
Okay. What's her skill?
You would ask me that, because I managed to leave my drive at work today.
Because the
I know it
cameras
was
at
really
this place,
high.
the cameras at this place have a bad of 4.
Yeah, because I know it's really high. It was like, I think it's 18 or 19.
Well, let's go with the conservative 18. I'll get you to make a roll at -4.
I tried to fail.
Alright, so she's able to scrub footage of any camera devices that are monitoring you guys. Unless, of course, you want her to do it just for yourself.
When I built the character, as I recall, she had the trickster thing, so she's probably just going to end up replacing it with something goofy like a giant rabbit or something.
Wouldn't that make it noticeable then? And if someone's watching if someone's watching security footage, they're going to go, hang on, why has someone gone and put rabbits on these people's faces? Who are these people?
Okay, so she's going to put rabbits on everybody's faces.
That's probably better.
Everybody. And I can totally see both M and Frost afterwards, trying to go, oh man, I need to cover myself. What the hell? What's up with this video?
Alright, so she will do that after the fact. So your faces won't be rabbitized, otherwise security are going to go, hey, why are all our faces rabbits?
Why is your face a rabbit?
So she'll do that after the fact, after you guys have departed.
Yep.
Alright, so who's turning up in a vehicle? And who is turning up in that same vehicle, since you've only got one vehicle parked?
Well, it probably shouldn't be mine because my car is small. Damn it, we don't have vapor in it. It's usually vapor with the Jeep.
Yeah, we've seen the kind of cars that John Wick drives, so mine's a muscle car.
Getting around the city via public transport's not a difficult thing either.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning that direction, actually.
So is anyone taking a vehicle?
I'll drive up there.
Okay, so you'll arrive with the vehicle.
But probably most of us in there, if you're small and can contort yourself.
Alright, so inside, you will drive into the Space Needle. It has a private car park, which is underground. Each parking spot has a recharge station, and there's also a bank of elevators that will take you to the top of the Space Needle. As you move through the car park, you can see that there are a host of sensors and cameras that are recording your every move. Your sister will inform you that the elevators have MAD sensors, which are magnetic anomaly detectors, I think they're called.
Yeah.
Which are going to detect the presence of guns and such.
Need to find a way to, trick out my pistol so it's undetected.
Do you wish her to try and hack those sensors, or will you leave your weapons behind? There's also chem sniffers that check for explosives. So if anyone has explosives on their person or explosives in the vehicle, please let me know.
I am not bringing a firearm, but I am bringing my memory baton.
How difficult is it to hack those sensors?
She tells you the sensors are fairly sophisticated, and in Shadowrun terms, she explains the security, which your character would identify as MAD 6. Sorry, not MAD, BAD 6.
Right.
That gives me an effective of 12. So does the concealed carry thing help with that in any capacity?
Your concealed carry will permit you to carry the weapons if it's allowed.
Yeah, see, this is why I need to end up going into, tricking it out and making myself a detective. So if someone goes, "Oh, you can't carry a weapon here," and it can flash a badge and go, "Yes, yes, I can."
That would be pretty cool. That was one of the archetypes in the original Shadowrun.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to look into that. I've already got 2 contacts that are law enforcement people.
Who amongst you has astral perception?
I do.
You're going through the carport or the garage. So you catching a ride with Frey?
No, I was going to hire a car.
So you're going to Uber it?
Yep.
I do kind of wonder what the cyberpunk would look like if it were created now instead of back when it was.
Actually,
That'd be
in the book Neuromancer, there were automated cab.
Well, I'm thinking at this point they're probably, it's probably self-driving cars that
Yeah, that's been a
you
trope
can
since the
hire.
beginning of Cyberpunk.
Yeah, imagine.
Well, now it's
Cyberpunk
believable.
2077.
Yeah,
I think the Cyberpunk pretty much has it right, except they've missed the timing. So, like Blade Runner, they said it's, Blade Runner's 2019. So, they're off by a long way on the dates.
yeah, at least 100 years probably.
But I think the stuff that they've got is proving to be fairly accurate. I think that's the case for most sci-fi that's set in the near future. Back to the Future had flying cars by now. Same with Blade Runner. So, is anyone going to smuggle weapons?
Just the memory baton.
Nothing for me.
I am going to review what their official policy is, but I probably won't because I can always take it from someone else and use their.
Or a pencil.
I may bring some pencils in.
Okay, so their control rating is going to be a 5.
Which would mean that if you had a permit for it, you could bring in a taser.
Yeah, this is the kind of place where, in real life, I walk up there and I see the "No weapons allowed" sign, and I don't go in.
You feel it is probably pretty safe. It is considered an in place.
Yeah, it's just, he's had. It's one of those things.
It's a little info on the eye of the needle. Okay, so in the lobby of the Space Needle, you will see there is some security standing around. There is an elven maitre d' that you will see is checking weapons from some of the other guests that arrived that may have them.
That's probably where I'll have to check mine.
So you will hand over whatever weapons that you have. And I'll assume that you all do that unless you are going to attempt to smuggle, at which point you should let me know and make the appropriate rolls. Kerry, as you walk into the lobby, you will feel the presence of a spirit. Look astrally for a moment, and you will see a quite powerful fire spirit just walking the lobby, looking around. It will notice you as you perceive astrally. It will notice that you perceive astrally and give you a look, but then continue about its business.
Okay.
It totally gave you a guy nod.
Yes. And you know that this particular spirit would be a nasty thing should you have to fight it.
Well, let's hope the hors d'oeuvres are all right and it doesn't come to that.
So, you will then take your seats. Through the windows of the Space Needle, you can see the lights of Seattle. They will sparkle and glitter. Your Johnson, who is already seated at the table designated for your meeting, is a dark-skinned male dwarf with short cornrows and a dark blue shirt. He stands and greets you with a professional smile.
Sounds familiar.
I won't even attempt to pronounce this French stuff. Those of you that may speak French can try.
Did we lose somebody? I think we lost somebody.
No, we looks like we lost Tim.
He's still in Fantasy Grounds.
No, he's not in
He's back.
thing. And now he is.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Sorry, guys. I just had my cup fall on my off my desk and sever my USB-C card cable.
Good one.
I'm really upset because it was my my Darth Vader mug. So yeah. Anyway, I'm using the onboard audio.
It is significantly shit.
Yeah.
Get out of that hole!
Someone hasn't been paying attention. Captain Button's been speaking lots.
I'm paying attention.
Yeah, didn't we not do a job for this guy? Or was
This is
that
correct.
a different character?
Yep. That was the first mission. So that would have been. So that
So
would have
I
not
don't know
been
him.
Frey. And I know it wasn't Frost. The only one here would have been Book. And I don't think he actually interacted with him.
Yes, so
I think you're right.
none of you guys will have met him.
I recognize him though.
So, is anyone's French any good?
Bonsoir, mesdames et messieurs. Please take a seat.
Is that spelled right?
No, bonsoir is misspelled.
I thought.
So is mesdames.
Well, I thought maybe that still
Because
works, but
Monsieur.
Doesn't look right to me. I only had like 1 year of French, but yeah, I think it's phonetic.
So that could potentially be the correct plural.
Mm,
Because French.
yeah. Anyway, I think the spellings may be phonetic, but anyway, that's what it says.
So, Laurent is a French Canadian. Or Quebecy.
Right.
Oh, I think that's different from French.
There
It
is.
is.
There's a few differences, but I think it's basically the same, or at least
All
similar.
right. We actually have a Canadian.
Yep.
Well, former Canadian.
Who's
It's a
Canadian?
French immersion too.
Ethan.
Really?
Born and raised around Vancouver.
Cool. I didn't know that.
And then he got better and became an American. Even though you could argue Canada is in America.
Canada's just the better America.
Please. They're just the politer America.
So, please take a seat and order from the menu. And he'll sort of tap the table, and in your AR will come up a selection of the menu which you can just swipe and pick whatever it is you wish. He says, please, anything. It is on me. So you will make your selections. It all is all very, nice food. They have all sorts of flashy stuff.
Appreciate your hospitality, Mr. Johnson, and order some extravagant stuff.
He'll just make small talk until the food is brought to the table, and then he will get down to business as you start to eat. He says, a certain group of mages has an artifact in their possession. This group recently translated an ancient codex that provides detailed instructions on the use of the said artifact. I would like you to retrieve this artifact and the codex and bring them back to me. For your efforts, I am willing to pay you each 8,000 yen, plus 1,000 yen allowance for equipment. Do we have a deal?
Do I know anything about these items?
He has not mentioned specifics, and you realise that he probably won't unless you agree to take on the job.
Do we recognize where we're taking it from? Or is that the same?
That is the same.
What do we know about this dude?
Alright, if you have skills that you can use, current affairs, corporate.
Damn it, I need to get that.
How about tech?
I guess it depends on it. Why would tech be appropriate if he's going for magical artifact?
I don't know.
No, you
Ask.
could. If you have some appropriate social engineering skills that would relate to arcane or corporate, and
I was going to say maybe current affairs Shadowrunners, since he has done business with Shadowrunners in the past.
all right, you could
That's probably
you could
pretty
use
weak.
that, but I will assess a -2 penalty on it.
Which I'm not going to bother with because it sucks.
I will.
And I'll let you use Streetwise at a -4.
Ooh,
My current affairs Shadowrunning is pretty slick.
damn, that is awesome.
And in your case, you actually know the guy.
All right, so you will
Yeah,
know.
recognize him.
You will know some details about this dude. He is the head of the Atlantean Foundation.
Oh, right.
Their Seattle branch.
That's where I know him from.
He's
Cato.
He's a branch head.
You will know that as well. That is about the extent of Cato's knowledge. However,
Did he? Mhm.
Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, did he introduce himself as his real name once we met him in person, or is he still going by John?
He will go by his first name. He won't give you his full name.
Ah. Okay.
He just introduces himself as, my name is Laurent.
All right. Laurent, you remember me from a few months back, and you know that I'm a professional. You know that I also know a thing or two about magic. So before I agree to this, can I ask you to give me more details with the understanding that if I decide not to take the job, the information stays here?
Give me a reaction roll.
Does he count as enough of a Shadowrunner to get my reputation bonus?
He does
I was
not.
wondering that.
He does not. You could use a substitute a reaction roll with a influence skill.
Let me see.
It sounds like diplomacy.
Or savoir-faire.
If you have, I don't know what savoir-faire would be though.
Shadowrunning savoir-faire. Like, well, no, that's more how to act. That's not specifically getting to someone to.
No,
So
the
it
real
would be
the real
diplomacy.
question there is, what does an influence attempt using savoir-faire actually look like? Because I don't honestly know. The other ones
Yeah,
are easier
roll.
to figure out.
Yeah, I think savoir-faire is just like not making dumb errors and offending people for no reason kind of stuff.
I suppose it could just be asking the right way.
Yeah, to avoid being impolite about it.
Alright, so give me a reaction roll as well, because diplomacy doesn't ruin your reaction.
not so good.
So, thanks to your diplomacy, he gives you a... you will get a good reaction. He says, "Very well. Though I have not dealt with you personally, I believe it was with one of your team members, Ditch.
Exactly.
I hope he is well. I don't see him here."
He's not with us anymore.
I see.
Meanwhile, the flame spirit is getting stabbed in the back of the head.
The flame
Here I go killing again.
The flame spirit is going, "Stop that. Please stop that."
You talking about the flame spirit is Ditch.
That'd be funny.
Alright, so
Oh my! Somebody's got to summon Ditch.
with regards to information on Laurent, though, Book, you will know that he is a Haitian dwarf. And he has been active in the Foundation's hunt for ancient magical artifacts.
Yeah.
So he's Haitian Québécois.
No, I wasn't. Okay, maybe I wasn't clear. I wanted to get more information from him about the target, the codex, and the.
No, but this is regarding your current affairs role.
Oh, okay, thanks.
So there's still more information that you know.
Good.
So he is the head of the, like I said, Atlantean Foundation's Seattle branch. Their head office is in, I think it's called Free Quebec, in the Shadowrun political spectrum, I guess.
Sounds right. Not part of the UCAS.
And you know that he is in he's actively trying to undermine the efforts of the Draco Foundation, which you have worked with before.
Yeah, quite a lot, actually.
Word on used current affairs. Word on the various, Reddit forums and such is that he has a sort of personal rivalry with them. The details of that personal rivalry, you don't know.
All right.
Well, we know some of them.
Yeah, they're at least direct professional rivals. So, what's he able to tell us about this artifact in this book?
Okay. One moment.
Oh, while you're sorting that out, I wanted to, because I always forget to mention that I'm going to be running Verifier.
Which gives you a bonus to detect lies and stuff.
Basically, yeah. Just reading his body language.
Give me-
You don't have to do anything with it. I'm just letting you know that I'm running it.
Alright, so he tells you that the artifact is a magical horn, as in a conch shell. Well,
Okay.
the specifics of the horn is not really known. He doesn't know the whereabouts of the artifact exactly, but he does have some information that he's willing to part with upon acceptance of the mission.
Now, does that raise any red flags for me, or is this something that I have heard of, haven't heard of?
Do you have any skills that would give you insight into magical artifacts?
Not artifacts specifically, I just have thaumatology in general.
You should totally have a current affairs magic stuff.
I have savoir-faire academic, but yeah, current affairs magic would be wise.
Your study of thaumatology and magic.
Oh, I do have. Wait, hold on. I've got history of magic.
Okay, you can make it.
Hidden lore might also be something else that you want to look at.
Unfortunate.
All right, so you know that magical artifacts from the what do they call it? The pre-dawn, new dawn, or the old world. The old world, before magic left and came back. Artifacts have been, cropping up time and time again. There are certain players that have a significant interest in artifacts. Give me another roll on your current affairs shadowrunning. This will be at a -5.
Not enough then.
You don't recall the details or the specifics of those particular groups that are chasing these artifacts and what their motivations are. Although you do, beyond the general, Atlantean Foundation and the Draco Foundation, there are obviously corporations that look at finding magic and then working out how they can profit from it.
Yeah, and we've been involved with the smuggling and stuff, so, or at least I have.
As for this particular item, you have not heard of it. Laurent will tell you that the codex was recently discovered in an archaeological dig, and has been successfully translated, which he believes will unlock the secrets of this horn artifact, horn conch shell.
Okay, so they're not together. So this is really kind of two jobs.
Perhaps. He doesn't know the exact location of the items.
But out of character, he's paying us for more than two jobs. 80 grand a piece is a lot.
No, it's 8 grand.
Oh.
So
he's asking a lot.
8 grand each, and he's offering a $1,000 allowance for equipment and stuff like that. That is not per. That $1,000 is not per. Remember, it's just in general for the group.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I mean, it sounds like it's going to be harder than 8 grand to me, but I wasn't doing anything else tonight. What do you guys think?
What do we know about the Atlantean Foundation? Are they like? This is out of character. Are they like Are they nominal good guys, nominal bad guys?
I don't know that they're really one way or the other.
Yeah,
At least not that we know.
They're into gathering magical power, and that's all we've really learned about them. And that they and the Draco Foundation are often after the same stuff.
Yeah, I keep wondering, what exactly do these corporations do other than collect magic things? How do they get money?
They're there to give adventurers jobs. Come on, man.
I think they're a front for someone who is building magical power for some reason.
Yeah, that might be.
If you have savoir-faire corporate, then you can make a roll on that.
Nope. Got academic, club scene, and shadowrunning.
Current affairs, you could also make a roll on that.
Yeah, we don't really have a corpo in here.
Yeah, my current affairs are headline news, pop culture, Seattle, and shadowrunning.
Unless M has it. Does M have any of that?
I have,
M could have been a corp.
I have current affairs and
No.
politics.
No current affairs of any sort. Closest is Area Knowledge Seattle.
Yeah, I wonder if in his
So,
background he was actually...
IQ -5, default.
Sure, why not? I am totally expecting an 18 on this. That's not an 18, but it's still a fail.
Ah, yeah, he was corp.
Who?
M.
Ah,
He did cybersecurity for As Technology
Oh, wow.
for 10 years.
Speaking of people
apparently.
interested in magic.
Yeah, so if you ever get in there and start rearranging that character, he probably needs some corp stuff.
Okay.
Alright, so Book and Frey, you will know that the Atlantean Foundation, they did help help people displaced in some floods a little while back. M, you will know some more. The Atlantean Foundation, they actively seek out arcane artifacts. They are in direct competition with Draco Foundation.
I'll pass them along.
And
well, you're probably not going to pass it along while we're talking to this dude.
Well,
you
He might, he could
I'm not a
text.
techomancer.
you will know that the head of the the Atlantean Foundation, which you now can put 2 and 2 together, is the guy that's sitting in front of you. He will do anything to try and stay a step ahead of the Draco Foundation.
Okay.
And the Draco Foundation, I think you already sort of know about.
Yeah, and Frost also has a compulsive background checking quirk, so he's already flipping through social media and whatnot looking at this guy. Not that he's got long enough to do any actual research, but eventually he will.
So, as he chows down on a bit of steak and has a drink of wine, or synth. No, here's the real stuff, not synthahol. So he has a drink of wine and he says, "So, do we have a deal? Are we going to do some business here? And are you guys going to try and negotiate a better price?"
Kind of wonder if we shouldn't in this
That
case.
would require merchant. Does anybody actually have the merchant skill?
Yep.
As do I.
I bet his is better than mine.
14.
Okay. No, it isn't. it is the same. Yeah, given that this is kind of a two-parter, and we don't really have all the information up front, we are getting a little stipend for equipment and whatnot, but yeah, it probably is worth a little more. And I think in this case, Frost is probably going to try to go ahead and see if we can't nudge that up a bit.
And I will go with the assist by pointing out to Mr. Johnson that we usually spend that much on gathering information, bribing our way where we need to at a bare minimum for just one job. So maybe doubling that might be appropriate.
Do we want to go double?
Well, no, I mean the amount that it changes is going to be based on your margin of success. So,
well, but if you ask for too much for starters, that's a penalty or whatnot.
Well, that was just a flourish.
Depending on how we do it.
I wasn't actually intending to specify an amount. I was just saying, that's what we spend out of pocket anyway. So it's not really a bonus.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and roll that too. So that plus one.
Who was assisting who?
Book was assisting.
I rolled to assist.
Nice. So that's a
as
succeed
stated
by 8.
Yeah, and I think I like Book's take on that. That is, the extra here is going toward the research that he's not giving us out front. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's just, yeah, that's extra stuff.
Does Frost have any other bonuses from charisma or anything like that?
Let me see what we have. I've got that. That won't count. That won't count. No.
Body language, maybe?
Well,
Not
no.
in this case.
Yeah, I don't have any bunnies to throw at it just yet. I would say that we're trying to be reasonable, not ridiculous with the amount.
Laurent will say, Mr. Frost. Frost, it is Frost, yes?
It is.
I understand how things work in your business. I am willing to offer you a little more on this job then. 10,000 apiece with the 1,000 allowance for equipment. But that is as far as I'll go.
I will nod approvingly and look around for everybody else's reaction.
Everybody's got that same sort of bobblehead.
He will add, as there's a bit of a pause and you're nodding, and while you're doing that, he says, there are others that are willing to take on the job. You are just my first choice.
We appreciate that consideration. And unless there's any objection, look around for objection and say, we'll do it. Unless somebody stops me.
Nope.
All good here.
I'm busy picking some stuff out of my food, but
yeah, you have a bit of crab just here. No, other side. Yeah, you got it.
It's your vegan burger was cooked on a grill that cooked meat.
Hey, I never said anything about him being a vegan.
He's an elf.
So?
Doesn't that make him vegetarian?
I don't think so.
They'll eat meat. They're just really nice about it.
My parents are human. unless this is a thing in Shadowrun that I wasn't aware of that requires.
I don't
me
think
to
so.
be-
They're
I'm
like
not sure.
they're like the
It's a
Navi or
stereotype.
something. They'll kill a deer and eat it. They just apologize to it when they do.
Yeah, one of the slang words for an elf is dandelion eater. It's a stereotype. It's not a biological thing.
Right.
I don't think it's in the racial template either.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't. I've got the template on mine, and I don't have anything about specific kind of food or anything like that. I just have a picky eater quirk, so I had to send my steak back. It wasn't bloody enough.
Okay, so he will, as you guys eat, he will explain what he knows about the artifact and such, so you have that information. He will also tell you what he knows about the codex, and he then says, I don't know the exact location of the items, but I have an old friend near Capitol Hill who does. However, this friend is probably not willing to give up that information. Therefore, you will have to convince her. She is extremely paranoid, and I hope this isn't a problem. She is nosferatu.
That's new.
I do not have...
The what? The who's now?
Not again.
I do not have her comm codes or address. But I need you to all understand that she is not to be harmed. You may subdue her, but please do not harm her.
So she has no comm information, no location information, no picture. Does she have a name at least?
Bob. Her name is Bob.
Smith.
Bob
Smith.
Manley.
Bob Manley Smith.
He gives you a name, but he says, I doubt that she goes by that name any longer, or has not done so for a long time.
You got me in a box here, Laurent. How do we find this person?
I suggest you start at Capitol Hill. I'm sure people of your skill can get information from those that have it.
Out of character, how big an area are we talking about there? Capitol Hill.
And
Is that an entire neighborhood?
What do we know about Nosferatu in this setting?
Yeah, and how common are they? If we go asking about a Nosferatu running around Capitol Hill, are they going to know?
Vampires are not common. They're not hugely common. They are secretive.
It's an infected elf, right?
And it is an infection. So it's I don't think it's just elves. I think it's everyone can be infected by the virus.
Oh, well, I thought like if the virus infects an orc, they turn into a Wendigo. If it affects an elf, they turn into a vampire. Human, they turn into a ghoul. I think.
You're correct. Yes.
I don't know about dwarves and trolls.
But it's a virus.
It's the human metahuman vampiric virus, HMVV.
Right, that sounds familiar.
You would know that if you start asking around for anyone that has information on a Nosferatu or things that relate to vampire, people being found dead with bite marks in their neck and that sort of stuff, you could probably track down.
Yeah.
Consignment stores being bought out of black clothes.
Looking at the Shadowrun wiki, it says a baseline human or in extremely rare cases an elf infected with the Bruckner Langer strain of HMHVV. That's the nosferatu.
Oh, okay. So it's not the same.
So it's a different strain of the virus then.
What about Capitol Hill? Where is that?
Okay,
Let's see if it's
yeah,
on the
that's
map.
interesting. So a human who's infected with they have three different versions of, I guess, the virus. They have the HMHVV1, the 2, and the 1A. A human who's infected with the 1 becomes a vampire. With 2, they become a loup-garou, and 1A, they become a nosferatu.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's all after my time. I didn't know any of that.
Unfortunately, I do not have any maps that detail Capitol Hill.
Duh!
Pity we don't have that that Google map that person did.
Yeah, it's gone.
So sad. That was an awesome resource. I wonder if you can get it on the Wayback Machine.
I hadn't thought of trying that.
You need to know what the URL is.
Well, I had the URL.
You'll have the URL. All right. Well, so what do we know about a nosferatu, though? I mean, does it have to feed every day?
Right.
Does it have to feed
It does. It
on
does
and
need to feed.
occasionally? Okay, so we can probably identify, do some research and stuff like that, and sort of
Yeah.
isolate where.
The active, you could certainly ask around, regarding activities that you would expect from a nosferatu, and that should give you a means to track this person down.
Oh, there it is.
So, how do we? He doesn't want us to kill her, obviously, because that would be bad. We wouldn't be able to get any information from her.
Capitol Hill is right next to the As Technology building, between it and the lake there. Looks like it's just a neighborhood in there.
All right. So do we wrap up the meeting or the scene with Laurent?
I think so.
Yeah.
So we're looking at 10 grand a piece with 1,000 expenses.
And I presume the 1,000 expenses up front.
Yes.
Plus, he probably spent several thousand on dinner.
Depending
Yeah, he
on
might have.
how much you bought.
I mean, we were buying real food, not soy stuff. So
It certainly would have been a fairly hefty price tag, but it's company expenses.
and again, we appreciate your hospitality and your consideration of asking us first, if you did ask us first.
He will just give you a sort of professional nod. As you guys leave the table, he will stand and
Throw a smoke bomb.
and disappear. As the smoke clears, he's still standing there and he goes, "You can still see me, can't you?"
Yep.
I see your foot sticking out from under the table. See you later, though.
So, your meeting with Laurent went well. Now you have to figure out how to subdue a nosferatu and get her to talk. You step into the elevator, and a gruff voice asks you to hold the elevator. A Caucasian male with dark hair and a long goatee steps into the elevator and nods his thanks to you. Once the doors shut, you hear the distinctive hum of a white noise generator, and the man turns around. Let me just bring up the image.
No, I know who this is.
You know, an NPC is important when they have an image.
Yep.
I totally need to get images for every NPC in my campaign so they all look important.
Innkeeper, stable boy.
They have to have names.
Hey!
Keeper, stable boy.
This guy
This
looks
guy
familiar.
was Draco, right?
Yeah, that was...
Yes, Moreau. Good evening. Some of you have him as contact, I believe.
Yeah, I thought somebody did.
So
yeah, Book
he
has-
won't.
Oh, hey.
He says, "Good evening. I would like to hire you to scan an image of the codex and the item that Nazir wants, and then send it to me."
How much you offering?
If you can give me a scan of the items, I'll give each of your team 1,000 yen. I also request that this information be handed over discreetly. I do not want Nazir to know about it. And of course, this would not be good for your professional image should he learn of it.
He didn't say we couldn't do that.
What do you think, guys? An extra 1,000 for an extra 20 or 30 minutes work?
I'm
Well,
not too keen on it, because knowing these two organizations are against each other, that might...
Now, actually, I wonder... No, I was involved in that. Yeah, M probably isn't as involved with this back and forth as we are, but we've done a lot more work for this guy than the other guy.
Yeah, and this guy has taken some work from us that he didn't have to. Like, we found something and sold it to him to fence it.
What'd be awesome? The way I'm thinking is like Laurent did not say we couldn't do that. He didn't say he just wants it.
Yeah, he just wants it. He didn't say that we couldn't take pictures of it.
He didn't.
Yeah,
but in your
if Moreau wanted
opinion,
anything other than just a picture of it, this might be a different story. But I'm
he was trying to
inclined
get
to
us
at least
to-
give it a shot.
Yeah, I agree. If he was trying to get it instead of the person we just agreed to work for, that would be a conflict. But
Okay, so
wanting
this,
us to
in
take
your
pictures of it,
guys'
that's something we might have done for ourselves anyway.
So in that context, this wouldn't conflict with Staybot.
it won't conflict with Stays Bought, but it might conflict with Code of Honor Professional.
Mm.
It won't conflict with my Code of Honor Professional because it's academic. And stealing data is an academic tradition.
I have Code of Honor Pirates and Obsession Money, so I'm totally with it.
Stays Bought means you won't renege on the job you've just taken.
Yeah, you won't take the same job for somebody else for more money later.
Yeah, so if Moreau decided to pay you double to hand over the items to him, you would turn him down.
Yeah, and as with those of us who don't have that advantage because we want to protect our reputation. Most of us, anyway.
Probably.
Double, you say? No, I'm just kidding. So anyway, I think we have a deal, Mr. Moreau.
It's kind of the same situation as it usually is with these little side things. We'll either do it or we won't.
Hey, though, while I have you here in this elevator that's going to take a few minutes to get all the way down, is there anything you can tell us about the items that might help us find them? Because we've got very little to go on right now.
Since he
It's a
knows what
massive
it is
mech
currently.
elevator.
Yeah, since he has some knowledge of what it is we're after, he might be able to help us get it.
Although
Quick
he
side
wants
note.
scans, he might not. He's just like, I just want to know what it is.
Yeah,
This
maybe.
was
He says, unfortunately, I do not.
Okay.
You know who I work for.
Yeah.
We've dealt with each other in the past.
Mm-hmm.
They just have an interest
Quite
in
profitably.
keeping tabs on, and he'll air quotes, their corporate competitors.
Yeah, understood. We can, for the price you've named, I think we can discreetly help you with that.
He says, excellent. He says, you have my details. I will forward the payment upon receiving the said scans and images.
I'll make introductions to anybody that he has not met, and say, this is the team current. Some new faces here for you. So that
He will acknowledge
you guys
and
can
greet you.
take him as a contact later.
Possibly, if the offer is there. Whether you can take him as a contact depends on the.
Okay. Well,
what
at
you
least
do
he'll
at the
have
end.
their faces and name.
He will know of. Anyway, the elevator comes to a stop. He will switch off the white noise generator. Just before he does, he says, thank you for your time. People. Gentleman and lady. And as the doors open, he turns off the white noise generator and walks out as if, nothing happened. Looks at his watch and heads to a vehicle which pulls up, and it is a very flash limousine.
Wow.
Looks a little out of place considering he looks like the crocodile hunter.
I totally cast him as Jesse Ventura.
Yeah, the picture.
That could work.
All right, well, we're back to that point where we really kind of need an HQ, or are we still using Vapors? Vapors Bar as our HQ.
I would say Vapors Bar is a good place to hang out and chill.
What the hell is the name of it?
Vapors.
Was it?
Well, it is now.
Isn't that too easy, really?
It's in my notes, but I don't have my notes in front of me.
Transporters. I just happen to have the blog up there.
Ah, cool.
Is it
Alas, the
Transporters?
only record we have.
Or Transporters Bar? Or Transporter Bar?
That's all it says is Transporters, plural, so I'm presuming that's the name.
Alright, so it is called the Transporters. And the slogan is, we will transport you to something.
Inebriation.
The Great Egress.
No, the slug line is, don't ask what's in the trunk.
Dopinder!
Alright, so, moving on to the next scene, or are you going to do stuff before then?
I'm presuming we need to gather up and figure out how we're going to proceed from here.
and equip,
So
because
headquarters
we went in kind of light, so everybody's going to need their gear.
and that.
And you will have to consider non-lethal means.
Now I can put on my face. Give me my face.
Memory baton. Yeah. No, wait, that does crushing damage. Means I could still crush her skull.
Yes, crushing damage to the skull, still by 4 damage, and it's going to
Yeah,
leave a big hole.
I don't know if Tanglers are the right one for this tech level, or Glop, or some kind of.
There is Tangler TL9.
Okay.
I don't have enough info to cast Seeker, so we're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Well, that would have been nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I was hoping for a picture or at least a name.
So I think I was briefly AFK when we were describing the codex. What do we know about?
That it describes the
How to
artifact.
activate and use the
It's like
magical item.
it's the key to how the artifact works is in the codex.
And do we know what the artifact is?
It's a horn made of a conch shell.
Because I do have Fiona Craig as a contact. I could try to reach out to her.
Oh,
to
and she's
see
an
if we
expert.
can get see if she's got any additional information.
Am I remembering that correctly, that she's with Draco?
I
No,
don't
she's
remember who she
independent.
was working for, but she's a magical archaeologist, and she probably knows what these things are better than Laurent did.
You know that her dad is Moreau.
Right.
Oh,
That's what I was thinking.
okay.
But
I
she's
didn't
not.
realize
She's
that
not
that's-
working for Draco. She's independent.
Okay.
But her dad is the guy we just talked to in the elevator.
Who did we rescue?
Her.
We rescued her.
Was it
from-
her or was it Draco?
It was her. She was on a smuggling. She needed help getting something into Seattle, and she was in trouble.
Oh, right. That's when Ditch died.
That's where Ditch died. Yeah.
Okay, that's a different op. I was thinking of the first mission.
That was her we were rescuing, yeah.
So Moreau.
That was her?
Oh, that was her too. Yeah.
She's like a
She was-
damsel in distress.
She's going to end up being the big villain.
That would be funny.
But yeah, I think you should call her and ask her if she knows about this stuff.
Oh, okay. This is a Catholic Hill. Yeah, she's totally hiding out in an abandoned church.
Yeah. So, whoops, I need to fix that text. Looks like she's busy.
You will get an automatic reply. I'm currently in Syria on a archaeological dig. I'll be back in town next time you try and call me.
Maybe.
Maybe, yeah. ... Maybe.
Wow, this neighborhood sounds interesting.
It's Goth Town.
Right. So.
All right. So if you're picking up equipment, you can easily gather legal stuff. If you wish to get less than legal stuff, you will have to make the appropriate rolls for that and pay appropriate black market prices for it.
Well, now I'm just trying to figure out what to get.
Well, I think everybody has all their stuff except for Mr. M needing some deck upgrades.
Yeah, but all of my stuff is geared towards killing people, not for capturing them and talking to them after the fact.
Well, yeah, but I can heal somebody if you don't
Not
completely destroy.
Yeah, not if I John Wick it.
No brain shots, you know. I mean, just get her
It's
get
muscle
her
memory,
unconscious.
man.
Get her unconscious, and I'll heal her up. Then we can question her. It's fine.
Well, Daniel had mentioned tanglers, and I'm looking at that from Ultratech right now.
Oh, yeah, and restraints.
Yeah,
That was a
that's
problem we had.
The
when I did
tangler is the one with the mass of sticky web-like polymers.
Well, yeah, but that'll get me too if I mentally stun the person. I'm saying that, like that guy that we mentally stunned, or that I mentally stunned coming in the door, and then we didn't have anything to tie him up. Bring some zip strips or something.
Cuff tape.
Yeah.
Which
Are
I have some.
nosferatu exceptionally strong? Do we know?
Should probably research.
We can research the hell out of it. Yes, I have one roll of cuff tape.
Okay, that'll do. So if I can get close enough without getting killed myself, then we can stun her and tape her. Otherwise, I don't see any problem with just shooting her down and having me heal her up, as long as you guys don't literally destroy.
Well,
Yeah.
dude said he didn't want her injured.
Harmed.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. I guess it depends on your definition of harm.
Exactly.
I thought he meant killed.
Maybe the end result is not harmed.
Traumatized.
I'm also wondering if there's like I'm trying to pull up my Shadowrun stuff to see if they have something that isn't necessarily listed in Ultratech.
And also, if we bring him the artifact in the book and he says, no good, you hurt the person I said not to hurt, we can just say, oh, all right, well, pleasure almost
Peace
doing
out,
business with you. See you later. And go straight. Say, remember that stuff you wanted a picture of? Here it is. But it's going to cost you more than 1,000.
So, is there anything illegal that you're wanting to get?
I don't know yet. I just pulled up the Shadowrun book. I'm looking at the equipment.
I want something legal while he's doing that. I want to look up information on Nosferatu and specifically their strengths and weaknesses. I'll use the university library.
I was going to say, can you get us into the university library? That's probably good for a +2 at least.
Well, I wouldn't get into it, but I'm going to log into it. I have full access to it.
Right.
As faculty.
So I've got good software. If we've got that level of database, that's good for another +2, I think.
Oh, cool.
Ooh.
Even better.
So I'm looking in the Shadowrun 4th edition book on page 313, it looks like. They have something called gel rounds, which are listed as these non-lethal rounds use a hard jelly-like substance and are often employed for riot control. They are usually semi-rigid slugs that flatten on impact, dispersing their kinetic energy. Gel rounds add +2 DV. I don't know what that means, but have an AP. I don't know what that means. Of +2 against armor. So they inflict stun damage.
Right. It's the Ultratech version of beanbag rounds, is what it is.
Yeah, Ultratech has gel rounds. I think they even are called gel rounds.
Somewhere. I know I've seen it before, but I don't.
It's in the warheads.
I've been looking through there and I haven't seen gel rounds or.
I know I've seen it before, but I can't remember where.
The only thing I've seen is memory baton.
I'm pretty sure it's in the warhead section. You know how they've got the. Tells you all the different types.
Control F non-lethal.
That's where I'm looking is the warhead.
So is that correct? That I'll get a +2 for using a proper research library for magical information and stuff like that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And Geigerman was also saying that he has an algorithm that he can run that will make the search more efficient for another +2.
He could do an
mine's
assist. It would just be an assist.
Okay. Go for it. Sweet. It's a total of +3
Your
to me.
assist-
Nice. Tell me everything there is to know about Nosferatu.
He wrote an algorithm.
Dee Dee, get out of my laboratory.
Okay. All right. You will know everything that's on the Shadowrun wiki regarding Nosferatu.
Okay.
So
is that what
the mission doesn't actually have any
is that what was
specifics.
linked? Is it this shadowrun.fandom.com? Is that the wiki?
Yep.
Okay. I will share that information with the group.
So you will know everything there is to know. But it's
Which
at least
is this page.
academically known.
That's the article. That's it for me.
That research will take 1 hour.
Got it.
Right. Super strong. Good.
Yep. Super strong once a day, and have the other vampire abilities, except for their vulnerability to wood.
Vulnerability to wooden objects.
Yeah, that's the one they don't have, right? Leaving them vulnerable to silver,
Right.
garlic, and holy items. But what they're vulnerable to depends on their individual background. So who knows what this particular one is vulnerable to? It just ain't wood. They go into induced dormancy if they lack air.
So that is the information that's in the Shadowrun books.
Metahuman blood.
What? What about metahuman blood?
they must consume a certain amount of metahuman blood. Not human.
Develop schizoid, paranoid personalities. That's it's written by somebody who doesn't know what those two words mean. I'll overlook it.
Yeah, don't diss the writer.
Yeah, that's probably not the first or last time you're going to see that.
I can't watch medical shows anymore.
Yeah, I don't see anything about like gel rounds or anything in.
Yeah, it must have been 3rd edition or something, because I know I've seen it before. I think I've looked for it before. Of course, I can't find rubber bullets either. No, I think I did finally find rubber bullets in
High tech.
But
not think high-tech.
no, it's not in there. I looked. Unless they spelled it weird. No, memory baton rounds are really the same thing. They're just another version of it. Now, if these guys have any DR naturally, then those memory baton rounds are not going to do much damage to them at all.
They don't
physically,
have innate armor.
but they'll still do the knockback.
Yeah, vampires and nosferatu don't have any innate armor. They can increase their body or their strength once a day. So increased body would be higher health and higher hit points, but it wouldn't provide any DR.
It looks like baton in high tech is probably what it is, because it says baton rounds use reduced loads to launch large caliber projectiles made of solid wood, plastic, or rubber at low speeds. They're designed to stun rioters, but a close range hit can still kill.
Which is the same thing as memory baton. Unless they have actual different stats on it. In which case we're looking at another Ultratech came before a high-tech issue.
Let's see. Divisor. It is different. The high tech is armor divisor of 0.5, divide damage by 5, damages crushing and does double knockback. While memory baton
That's about the same.
Change damage to crushing, add a 0.25 armor divisor and double knockback. It does not divide damage.
Right.
You may wish to make sure that your Ultratech's up to date too, because there was some weapons tables errata for Ultratech.
You wouldn't by any chance remember how long ago that was?
No. At the very least, last year or the year before. Because I do recall that they released the Ultratech weapons tables, and those included the errata. You know how they in high tech they released a high tech weapons tables.
Yeah.
They did the same for Ultratech.
Well, I know I have that.
And those weapons tables includes the errata.
It also includes some of the errors. Right, because we were running into that problem before with the grenade launcher and the amount of damage it does.
Other non-lethal options are aerosol rounds.
Yeah. I was also thinking about the Warbler. There's a Warbler warhead sonic attack.
Well, I can always do the. Wait, do they have to breathe? Will like knock
They go
out
dormant
gas,
if they don't get air.
will knockout gas still knock them out?
Well, I don't see why not.
Yes, it will.
Does it say anything about poison immunity?
They don't have immunity to metabolic hazards.
Well, there's that.
Ah, crap.
And you have
Alright.
Tangler rounds.
They have an increased likelihood of unlocking latent magical abilities. That's unfortunate.
So you have Tangler rounds.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm probably gonna get some Tangler rounds, for the grenade launcher. It does seem like mild overkill, but that's okay.
All right. Well, I've got memory baton for the shotgun, which may do less damage than a grenade launcher. Possibly not.
Well, I've also got. How many do I have remaining? I've used one of those, and I have. How many do I have? I have. Okay, so I have 9 of the aerosols, which, if you recall, I used to very great effect against the cyborg. I just have to remember what the. I thought I wrote that down. I just have to remember what the target.
So if you are buying stuff, if it's legal, you can get it, not a problem. If it's illegal, you have some conditions.
LC4.
That's legal. Actually, what is the CR in Seattle?
4.
Did we ever ask? Is it 4?
4 in general. Some districts, like Bellevue and stuff like that, will be a little more controlled.
That's interesting. That's a little higher than I would have expected.
I think 4 is standard.
I think 3 is a bit more normal. Pistols are 3.
Yeah, but this place is crazy.
So in this case, at CR4, pistols require registration or require a permit, but stunners don't. And concealed pistols are right out.
Unless you have a perk.
Alright, so CR3.
The perk, concealed carry, reduces the legality class by 1. If
So
you have
CR3,
the permit, it raises it. Is it 3? Okay.
3. So if you have to get black market stuff, if the item is cheap, like less than $1,000, less than 100 new yen, you can acquire it within 12 hours. If it's up to 1,000, then it'll take a day, and if it's up to 10,000, it'll take 2 days, and beyond that, it'll take a week.
I totally meant to ask what the timetable was on this.
There is no mention. He didn't mention in the meeting any schedule. So we got on your gear.
Yeah, I just have to figure out how much it's going to cost and such
And if
like
it
that.
is illegal, a successful streetwise roll is required.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like anybody's looking for illegal stuff. Unless we can find... Now, what about magic?
I mean, there's not really anything. I got power stones so that I don't run out of mana, but there's
Well,
not really that much else.
I was thinking of some kind of charm that would stop her.
Oh. Let me see if I have a contact that would have stuff like that.
You would need to have a talismonger.
Yeah, no, I don't. I don't have a talismonger. That'd be a good kind of person to meet.
Wouldn't it? Didn't we... No, we had a deal with a talismonger at some point, because I remember that word.
Maybe I had a talismonger on the older build that I don't have. No, I don't think so. I didn't take away any con.
You met a talismonger in the Orc Underground.
Oh.
That's what I'm thinking of, yeah.
I do not recall her name at this point.
Yeah, I had forgotten all about that. But honestly, I think we're going to be good. We've got non-lethal weapons. We've got, restraints. If she does have manifested magical abilities, I'll do what I can to deal with those, and I think we're good.
Yeah, I believe the cuff tape gets stronger the more you put it on, so we'll probably be okay.
Right, so subtract all your monies. Remember, you got that $1,000 which you can put towards buying your gear. I don't know who's going to manage that. But you do that while I will continue. The smell of fresh baked goods and coffee assaults your senses. ARs pop up from every side, advertising everything from second-hand and vintage clothes to occult bookstores. The streets are relatively clean, and the area shows very few gang signs. You've seen more churches in this district than any other. No wonder it's named Catholic Hill. Seems like the perfect place for a nosferatu to call home.
If they're being overly dramatic.
Alright, so how will you guys proceed?
We wanted to... I think we wanted to look into incident reports.
Yeah, and maybe some carousing or streetwise in the local entertainment type places to just look for rumors of places you shouldn't go or people just.
I think it probably wouldn't hurt to get a catalog of the abandoned churches in the area. Because we know damn well that's where she is.
Alright, so those of you that have Streetwise can make a roll. Will you be doing this as a group? Or will you go off on your own?
Split the party. No, I was thinking like the same location, but talking to different individuals. Not like all 5 of us
Yeah.
going around cornering people to talk to them.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Split, but in the same general area.
Yeah, within shouting distance for sure.
Oh, and yeah, I'll go ahead and before we get out there, get everybody set up on the TechNet.
Alright, to make your roll for that. Alright, so
So
you
I
will
need to
spend
make a
some
roll for
time.
that?
You will spend some time walking the streets, going into the various shops. You will talk with the odd squatter that you find. At this point, the clubs don't seem to be very fruitful sources of information. You know, people are out having fun and have either no time to talk to you or, you know, no real interest in the subject and have nothing to offer. In speaking with some of the like shop owners, the various like stuffer shacks and whatnot that are open at this time of night, which would be, I'm going to assume 7 o'clock dinner. You spent maybe an hour and 2 hours, so you'd be at around about 9 o'clock. So going into the various shops, you will hear information from them saying that they have heard some rumours that people have disappeared in the area around the hospital, and that's really all that you get from them. Squatters that you've spoken to, they will tell you stories of a disfigured lady near the hospital who eases the pain of those suffering. And they have coined a name for her. They call her Our Lady of Mercy.
Well, we'll start asking specifically about that name. I would suggest.
Alright, so you narrow
So
your
are they-
search to the hospital?
They're saying around the hospital, but not in, or in and around?
Around the hospital.
Okay.
So it disappeared around the hospital. Give me a perception roll, M, and Frost, and anyone else that may be like tech savvy.
Nope.
Ooh, yeah, okay. Thinking, what is it? Nab the local traffic stuff to see if we can identify a creepy old one.
That wouldn't be terrible.
I was presuming that was what Brian was about to say.
All right, so hanging around the, asking around the hospital. Again, squatters tend to be your. Actually, I'll need a streetwise roll. So,
Well, I think nearly everybody made one already.
yeah, I'll need another. You can do this as an assist, or one roll, and I will take the best.
Who has the highest, I wonder?
Of
M
what?
has a 15.
Better than me.
Perception?
Blows my 12 out of the water.
And you can have up to 2 people assist. So
My streetwise is 16.
I think Book's the
That's
winner.
even more.
Alrighty.
So in that case, M should assist Book.
And
Indeed, that-
Frost. You said 2 assists?
Yeah.
you can have up to 2 assists, yes.
Yeah. Alright, +1, -1. Oh, wait, no, only a crit is -1, isn't it?
No, crit is -2.
Ah, okay.
Oh, I did
So-
fail, didn't I?
Yep,
Well, that sucks.
Failed. You failed.
Not bad, though.
Alright, so again, squatters tend to be your best source of information. Hospital staff that come and go, they shrug. We don't know. We come to work and do our thing and then leave. I don't know anything about some strange old lady. And then they'll tell you stuff like, we see crazy people all the time, and so asking them comes up with little useful information. However, the squatters around the area who live on the streets and are there all the time, they will tell you of a lady, a mysterious figure. They believe she's a lady, but she only comes out at night, and she's always in poorly lit areas.
These are some dumb squatters.
Kato will notice that the area around the hospital has a significant number of security cameras around the place.
Hey guys, there's lots of cameras here.
I'll be damned, so there are.
So it's time for you guys to do your hacking thing. Just don't hack too much.
We would never hack too much time. That's crazy. We don't want to go back
Otherwise-
to the Viking Age. We'd have to deal with laser raptors.
That's right.
Are these just general street cams, or is this specifically the hospital we're looking at?
They are both. Some you imagine are like hospital cams, so they cover hospital entrances and things like that, and you also have street cams. A computer hacking with a bad of 3 will suffice in hacking said cameras.
Right. Why don't we split that up? One of us take the hospital, the other one take the street cams.
Sure.
So tech level 9 has the mini nuke as a warhead type. Is
Are
it
you still
wrong that I
researching
want one?
non-lethal weapons?
Oh, no. I just happened to see that. I'm like, that's tech level 9. Can I get one?
Which one do you want, Em? You want the hospital or you want the street?
I'll take the street.
Then I will take the hospital.
So that's a succeed by 6 and a succeed by 7. Okay, so from your hacking of the cameras, you will be able to get live feeds of the area, and the cameras contain a sort of memory buffer of 24 hours. Give me a computer operation roll, please. Or if you have the program, you can run your search program.
What is that?
And your computer operations will have a default for it.
Oh, okay. I do have a search. What the hell is the search for? Might have to upgrade that.
So which camera were you doing, Frost?
I had the hospitals.
I had the street.
So actually, yeah, if I pick something up on the hospital, I can at least give him a timestamp. He might be able to track her back to wherever she's staying.
Trying to figure out which search. The programs are recorded in 2 different places, and so they have different skill levels for each.
What are you using?
Well, there's search is recorded in skills as an 18, but there's also a search under spells with 17.
Under spells. Okay. Did you put that there?
I did not know.
That's interesting. That's probably the one you need then. The one under spells.
Should probably be put under other.
I put mine under powers because I've got other stuff under other.
That'll
But
work
spells
too.
works. I mean, that's essentially what it is. Spell. Except spells have other stats on them.
He has to spell it right what he's searching. It makes perfect sense to me.
Okay, so searching through the camera's buffers, you will both see a mysterious individual who does take extra precaution when moving around the streets. Definitely keeping to shadows, being overcautious when there's people around. You can see that they're always looking around. You would say that the person is like paranoid in their looking around. It's like, head movements all over the place, looking every sort of nook and cranny that someone could be potentially hiding or whatever before moving.
Is that paranoid or schizoid? Or paranoid and schizoid?
Are you a psychologist? If not, shut up.
Do I have that? I do not have psychology. I could get a program. That's it. I need to get a virtual tutor for psychology.
There's an image of the person. However, Frost, you will see something rather peculiar or interesting in the footage. You will see this woman hiding out in one of the back alleys of the hospital, in the dark, just sort of crouched in waiting, and you will see one of the back doors of the hospital will open, and an orderly will wheel a gurney out with a person on the gurney. Give me a perception roll. Visual based. And you can give me an IQ roll. So you will notice, and you will be able to work out that the person on the gurney is someone that has suffered some significant trauma, and probably almost near death. If you have like a diagnosis or medical skill, you could probably,
I don't actually, but I do have a virtual tutor for first aid.
So it won't help you. So the person wheels a gurney out with this person, and it would be a metahuman in this case. Out on the gurney, they've suffered some significant trauma, and the guy sort of the orderly drags the body off the gurney, and places him down in the back alley. Then will close the take the gurney back inside and close the door behind him. It is a few minutes, and you will see the woman or the figure. She will sneak out from her little hiding spot, go to the body and drag it away back into the darkness, where you no longer see what happens.
All right, I need to get into the hospital HR records and ID that orderly.
That would require some proper hacking.
Well, it's a good thing I'm a proper hacker. I do have a timestamp, so I can get into the schedule potentially and ID them, and that would narrow the search.
You will know that it's going to be difficult because the orderly is aware that there are security cameras and is specifically taking measures not to be identified on them.
Well, there's only so many people that work at the hospital at a certain time that are male of size and general shape as that guy. At the very least, we can narrow it down.
You could. So, and that's all that you will see in the buffers.
All right. Well, M can still potentially track that back to her point of origin, assuming that's in the area of the street cameras.
This will require, most likely in this case, you would have to do like a stakeout. And as you sort of find her on cameras, then you would be able to follow her, switch to the appropriate camera that she moves into view and follow her that way. But there's none of that information currently in the buffer.
How long ago was she last working?
Well, the cameras were 24-hour.
Yeah, but are we talking like, 18 hours ago she was here, which means that she's likely to turn up again soon?
Give me a reaction roll, just a universe reaction roll.
Yeah, what was the timestamp on that? And it was just the one incident that we caught.
Yes.
Who wants to roll that?
You can roll it since you asked the question.
Yep, you asked, you do the damage.
Alright, so in your view, would you like the timestamp to be close to your current time or far from?
I reckon far from, because if that way then she's gone off shift and would be coming back and we could wait for her.
Okay.
Oh, she's not working there.
Yeah, she doesn't work for the hospital. It will be it was an orderly that brought out the corpse.
Oh, okay.
She was hiding in the alley.
That would be really weird to have a vampire working at a hospital. I don't know if everybody would appreciate that.
Okay, so the timestamp on the cameras shows 2 a.m. Sorry. The timestamp on the cameras shows 11 a.m. or p.m. So you've got a couple of hours on that 24-hour feed.
Roger.
Is there any way to find out about the patient that was wheeled away then?
No idea who the patient was. You'd need to go through records.
But we can enhance that image.
Enhance.
I want to see the wristband.
No, there's no toe tag or anything like that on this patient. That would be kind of really bad form on the part of the orderly to,
Well, orderlies are not normally trained in tradecraft.
So it's in their pocket?
Presumably he took it off somehow.
Yeah.
On the other hand, this
stuck it somewhere.
This is tech level 9. They may just be chipped.
So more than likely the victim is in an unidentified state, because the body will eventually turn up somewhere, I would assume. And the this person or whoever's
It
behind
may
it
turn up
wouldn't
in
rot.
the alley later, looking for a handout.
Maybe. Got some change? Some change?
All right, so we've got a possible ambush point and a possible ambush time. And technically, we don't even have to physically be there. We can just track her on camera from that point. I may go ahead and start setting up the drones in a couple of pre-planned spots.
Okay, your drones. What is the perception roll to notice them?
They are insect-sized. Hold on. Because I know it says all that stuff. Flying robo-bug. UT-111. Size of a large insect. Blah, blah, blah. Size mod is -9. And they're probably not painted for high visibility.
Alright, so perception -9. Near impossible.
Unless it's in your eye.
So, your plan.
Anybody else got something?
Not I. Keep your eyes peeled, though. Her portrait has a pistol in it.
That's true. Was she actually armed?
You did not get a good enough look at her to see that.
I suspect she does typically go armed.
Perception
Enhance.
So no.
What good is the future if you can't enhance the goddamn image?
I suspect she goes armed as a matter of habit.
Yeah.
I'm seeing, meteorites. There seems to be a meteor shower tonight. Some of them are getting awfully close to book.
I cast Reflect Missile at the GM.
The building next to you collapses.
What happens if you cast Reflect Missile or Return Missile and the guy that shot it also cast Return Missile?
Then you'd be dodging it. Because you can only do one blocking spell per turn.
But if you had Return Missile always on, actually I don't think there is an always on one. But then it would just bounce
There's the
between.
missile shield, but that doesn't
misses.
return.
Yeah, so it would bounce between people until it ran out of range.
No, each person would only be able to do it as a blocking spell once. Unless somebody had a magic item that did it without them having to do it. Or if someone else
they had
cast it on them.
Like compartmentalized mind or something like that, where they could actually cast it
then
twice.
they could do two. But yeah, basically you just have bad luck. If the person threw a fireball at you or shot a gun and you returned it to them, and then they, as a blocking action, returned it to you, then you'd be like, hoisted on me own petard.
Right. What's next? Suppose you could put Kato on a roof somewhere so she could roof run after her.
That needs to happen.
If you're going to shadow, then you will need to have people with shadowing skill and stealth, I imagine.
That also sounds like Kato.
Do you have shadowing?
I don't specifically have shadow, but I do have good stealth.
You need shadowing.
If you have spare points, you are welcome to spend points on shadowing now because you are still within your 3-session limit.
Okay.
Yep, your character is malleable until after that.
Then I do have points. What are the details, please?
Shadowing is a dex average.
IQ average.
IQ average. So IQ minus 1 for 1 point.
Assuming she has no talents that affect it.
Although you may be able to default it off because shadowing defaults to stealth minus 4, I think, when on foot.
It's worth having if you're going to be like the parkour type, though, because you can follow people from the roof. People never.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if Mirror's Edge ever had a follow me without being caught mission.
It absolutely did. You had to shadow some people moving some thumb drives around.
There you go.
Tim, if you have GCA and if you have your character loaded up, add shadowing at 1 point, and it might calculate it based off your default, which may be better than your IQ.
Alright.
Let the computer do it. The computer knows all and makes no mistakes. Or so it says.
And only a traitor would doubt the word. Because the computer is our friend.
It only wants to know what Dave is doing.
I like paranoia.
Me too. It's one of the most fun games ever. Short term. We should play that when we go to Gen Con. Next.
Sorry,
We
this is
do need
taking
to have that. We do need to have that Gen Con discussion at some point.
Yeah, so shadowing defaults to stealth minus 4. So what's your stealth?
15.
Alright, so you would be better off spending a point in shadowing. Or building up shadowing from its normal skill. But in the case of shadowing on foot, then you can roll off your stealth -4, which would be 11.
Yeah, so when I've added shadowing in, it's come up as 10.
Yep. So ordinarily, you shadow at 10, but if you're doing it on foot, you can do it off your default.
Okay.
So, am I to assume that you guys are staking out? Or are you going to try and do some more investigations?
Why not both?
Not sure what other path for investigation we should take.
Did we get the result of what M was doing with the camera?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I was.
So M saw her moving around the streets, being, overly cautious in her movements.
Well, okay, so if we have that, we should be able to build a general profile of her travel pattern in that 24-hour period.
Yes. And it was Frost that saw the hospital
Right.
incident.
So it's possible we could position along the route.
Well, speaking as the only meta-human in the group, I'm not enthusiastic about getting drained.
You won't
What, you
get
don't want to
drained.
play
You're
bait?
just. Well, I was going to say you're only bait. We're actually not going to let her get you.
You don't want me to be bait because I'll shoot her in the head.
Just don't destroy her whole head, and that's
It's
fine.
muscle memory, man.
Aren't you
Just
using
need to
gel
wear
rounds or something?
Just need a collar. A reflex collar.
Easy. Have unloaded weapons. So when your muscle memory kicks in, your guns don't do anything.
And then I, make a quick draw ammunition, and because I have, what the heck is that perk? Quick reload. It's a free action to reload my firearm.
Well, that gives her like a second
No, it
to
doesn't.
recover. No, because you have to empty your magazine first.
You only get one free action.
Yes, it is a free action to reload.
In that case...
Right, but if you're doing muscle memory, you're going to shoot first.
I am
Then
not
realize it
approaching
was
the
wrong.
vampire with unloaded weapon.
It's not a vampire, it's a nosferatu, racist.
With the vampire.
Yeah. Don't assume her metahumanity.
Yeah, what do you call that? But
Well, her friend said elf.
that's true. That does bring up a point, though. Is Frey going to stay out of this?
No, because I'm gonna have the carbine with the underbarrel grenade launcher with the tanglers and the knockout juice in.
So what do you plan to do then?
Probably should be doing a sniper job.
Okay. Okay, so if we're then covering the one place we know she has to go, which is the hospital, we've got a general route direction she comes in from, then can have somebody, yourself, positioned on a roof waiting for that with the grenade launcher. Got Kato also on the roofs ready to give chase. M and Frost are probably going to be watching the cameras. And Book was talking about stunning her, so how would you facilitate that?
I have to be as close as possible to her.
So he's bait.
And why would you want me, though?
Hey, you could convince an orderly that you're about to be dead and have him wheel you out.
I'll be stone dead in a minute. Well, I mean, you could show me the spot where the orderly left the body, and I could lay there.
Yeah, you could do that too.
Because how does she know that the orderly didn't do the same thing?
They have any sense of smell or something like that? They might be able to tell you're still alive. I don't know. But
yeah, I don't know.
it could be worth a shot.
Might have to get close for that. And she'd definitely be in firing range if she did get that close and then wave off when she realizes I'm actually alive.
Well,
Might be too late.
At the worst, she might see you laying there, acting dead, and
Like walk up and lie down. Like, what's that guy doing?
Fight, flight, or freeze. She probably freeze on the spot there, and then get shot.
Yeah, maybe.
So it's not a terrible idea. And if she gets all that close, you can always stun her.
Yeah. I guess we can try that. Plus, I get to rest.
There you go. All right. Bookworm is bait, which is kind of appropriate, actually, since he's
bait worm.
That's the plan.
All right,
Frost M on cameras, Kato on the roof, Book is bait, Frey's sniper.
Okay, give me a roll for the universe, please. And M, since he's got Z's on his avatar, he can make the roll.
Mr. M.
Roll the universe reaction roll.
Universe
Well,
reaction.
I had forgotten to take mine off AFK.
Embarrassing.
It is.
So those of you that aren't in the alley being bait, and those that aren't on the roof being Kato, where are you situated?
I'm going to presume that we're going to be in the general vicinity. I would say probably Frost will be in the parking lot of the hospital in a car on the in the Matrix.
Okay, so Frost in the parking lot.
Yeah.
What about M?
Yeah,
and
and that
Frey?
way I can drive if we need to.
He's on a roof.
Oh, sorry.
Wherever he's-
Yeah. So where's M?
See, M's on street cam duty, so
Yeah. Probably with you then if you're taking the hospital cam.
So probably
2 in the car.
both in the car. Okay.
Yeah, that actually makes sense because I can drive and you can just keep watching the camera.
So you're actually driving around.
No, that's just if we have to drive
Okay.
somewhere, he can stay on the camera.
All right. So you guys are sitting, doing your thing, watching the cameras. You will be in the Matrix. And you are both suddenly disturbed by the sound of a knocking on your window. You immediately flick your sense back to the real world, and you can see a pair of knight errant officers at your car window, and he's sort of knocked with a torch, the end of his torch, and he's shining that into the vehicle. What are you guys doing? So at the moment you're both sort of sitting on cyber decks, and
I'm not kissing him.
the officer says, "You two gentlemen, could you wind down your window, please?"
Hello?
The officer will say, "Can I ask what you two gentlemen are doing here?"
Waiting to take somebody home?
That sounds like fast talk.
It might.
Yes, officer. Apparently, there are too many bullets in this gun.
Debating whether I've got any sort of potential bonuses I can pull out of.
The officer that's doing the talking, that has the mag light sort of in your face, he actually, you'll have to give me a perception roll for this. Both of you can give me perception, followed up by IQ, or you could use observation.
Sorry, it's roll perception, not will, but perception and will are the same score for me.
I'm glad you made it.
All right, so M, you will notice that the other officer, his partner, is standing to the back of the vehicle, so looking over your shoulder, and you can see that he has his hand very close to his sidearm. It hasn't been drawn, but his hand is very close to his sidearm. You can see that his holster is unclipped, and he's ready to draw in case there's an escalation.
Standard precautions.
So he's at your sort of rear side hex at the vehicle, and the officer's at the window, and it's driver's side window. So the light will be in Frost's face. Now, Frost,
Yes.
do you have your mask on?
No, I'm in the car. I do have sunglasses on, though, and they're blocking the light. but that's not unusual. They're AR glasses, so.
Okay, so fast talk.
And I have been digging around in hospital records, so I can say I'm waiting on this person who's checked in a while ago to the ER.
Well, you haven't. We haven't done that, but you can lie. The officer looks very carefully into the vehicle. Do any of you have concealed weapons, or are your weapons visible?
I honestly don't know what I would do with those at that point.
Yeah, imagine if we were getting ready to take her down, I'd have them on me, so they'd probably be
Well, they'd be in the
like, in
car, but
holsters.
they're not going to be. You can't sit in the driver's seat with a submachine gun.
So probably on the back
It's a
seat or something?
curious thing. They're stowed somewhere.
Would they be within reach?
You guys are not going to be.
I'm not going to be.
Part of
I'm
assault.
I'm not going to be sitting in a car in a parking lot where security guys can come up to me and also be armed to the teeth. So no, they won't be visible or reachable or whatever. They'll probably be in a case in some kind of compartment in the car,
So
if
in the
not
trunk?
the trunk.
So a case in the trunk.
In a compartment in the trunk or something, whatever's normal.
All right, so what about M?
He doesn't have that much, does he?
He has a pair of pistols.
Are they
I'd like to
hip
think he'd be
holsters or
smart enough
shelled
to
holsters? Because pistols in shoulder holsters, you could comfortably sit in a car with them. Hip holsters, you could, but it'd be a little uncomfortable, awkward.
He doesn't have anything that would specify where they would be. However, since he always wears a suit, I could see them being shoulder, since that would make them moderately concealed.
Okay, give me a holdout roll.
I guess what it doesn't have.
You got
So-
2 points, right?
Fix it.
So the bulk of a pistol is -2, -3. Did you change
He's
the
probably
heavies?
got.
Depends on the pistol.
No, I didn't. I still have the 40 caliber auto pistols.
Oh, he wasn't using the Ultra Tech pistols anyway. Yeah, you can never mind that whole heavy thing. You've already got heavies.
Okay, so you need to make a holdout roll at -2. The shoulder holster, I think, gives you a +1 or +2.
Yeah, he's probably going to have concealment holsters anyway, or undercover holsters. So probably got
So
some bonuses
give me
in
a.
there.
Should he get a bonus for being sitting in the passenger seat and not fully visible?
He will, and he'll get bonuses for his jacket and all that sort of stuff. So make a roll on holdout, which defaults to IQ -5, I believe.
Oh.
That's probably good enough.
And with the bonuses, the officer quite calmly looks to you, M, and he says, "Your sidearms. Now, don't panic." As he sort of raises his other hand and said to try and ease your concern. He says, "You are allowed to have it, but do you have sufficient licenses and permits for those weapons.
I think I'm probably the only one who does.
Well,
In my
okay,
head, I'm
so
guessing no.
a word on that then. If this is actually CR3, CR3, then those pistols are CR3, in which case they are legal.
But not to conceal carry.
Unless they're concealed.
Or you're in Oklahoma.
So how
I
does
can
M
find-
react?
Or does he need to squeeze out a point for the permit per?
M is also is on his trial period, so if you got spare points, you can throw one into the point or the perk for licensed. Or you can try and fast talk.
Well, I don't have fast talk, so I'm thinking that the point for license is my best bet. Although I don't have like a false sin or anything to tie it.
You can fast talk on default.
Not sure that it'd go over so well.
Well, now he does have an IQ of 16, though, so.
Give me a reaction roll into the box. We'll see how much grief this officer gives you. Alright, so what's M's reaction or response?
Yeah, let's fast talk. What could go wrong?
He's
Oh,
gonna
God.
burn both of you. Those of us
Or
on the building are gonna hear gunfire and see cops as they've opened up on you guys.
Do I need to be slowly reaching for the key?
What are you talking about? This is the future. It's like push button start.
I wasn't specific how the key would be activated.
And it's an electric engine. For all we know, the engine's still running, and you just
That's true.
have your foot on the brake.
Does M have luck or anything like that? Anyway, so you can make a fast talk roll. It defaults to, I think it's IQ -5, or it might be a will.
Probably 5.
You do get
Sorry,
to
that's
add.
what I cut out.
You do
IQ
get to add
-5, yeah.
charisma and stuff like that if you have said modifiers.
Nothing of the sort.
IQ -5 or acting -5.
You have other influence skills. Diplomacy might work. I guess you could use merchant if you want to try and bribe them.
I think you used
Neither of
Streetwise
those.
for that.
Actually, yeah, streetwise is probably more appropriate to bribing.
Okay, streetwise to bribe is definitely a lot better than an 11 for IQ -5 default for fast talk, so I'll go, yes, officer, it's right here. Oh.
You were saying. Oh, that didn't need to be -5.
Oh, Oh, I had that left over from when I was about to do the IQ roll. Okay, so 0.
Does he go for it? He will say, "Sir, could you step out of the vehicle for one moment?"
Oh no.
And he walks over. So he walks around the vehicle. His partner stays in the same position that he's at, and he sort of. You can see he goes to the back of the vehicle. Is kind of waiting for you. He doesn't look.
God damn it.
He doesn't look like. Actually, give me. If you have body language, you can roll.
Nope.
He doesn't want
That's
his
not who
partner
this
to-
character is.
How much are you offering
alright.
as a bribe?
I probably would have done 300.
And that's half a month.
No, that's if a month's pay is 3,600, so that's 10%.
Oh, well.
So he will take your money, but he'll ask you to step out of the vehicle. Do you comply?
Sure.
Your compliance may be rewarded.
He sort of stands to the trunk of the vehicle, and he will sort of wave you over to the back of the vehicle. Frost, what are you doing? Just sitting there, being calm and no
My
random movements.
my key pushing finger is itching horribly.
He says, "All right, I don't know what you boys are doing here in the car park. I'm sure it is no good, but I'm willing to overlook it." He will sort of lift your jacket aside so he can have a look at the weapons, just to make sure that they're not excessive.
Maybe he thinks you're attractive.
They're just stock as far as I can tell.
Yeah, actually, they're probably old, like antiques.
So if they look like your standard sort of nothing that's going to go, holy shit, you've got something like extraordinary.
Yeah, no suppressors, no laser sights, no special ammunition.
So he'll take a look at it and he says, "But I'm going to have to ask you guys to move on. Is that going to be okay?"
Yes,
We can move on.
I don't expect to run into you boys again tonight.
Absolutely not.
And he then sort of says, "Well, have a good night. I suggest you pick up some permits for those weapons." And he'll
Absolutely,
then
sir.
he'll then sort of, as he's walking away, wave his partner over, and they will get into their cruiser, and they will sort of sit and wait, and you can clearly see that they're waiting for you guys to move.
I'll get back in and recommend we move on.
Apparently, we're going to be running a patrol. That does mean I won't be able to effectively watch the hospital feeds. I'll still have it on AR, but I won't be able to pay 100% attention to it if I'm
So
driving.
it's -2 on multiple, both all rolls.
Add that to M then.
Well, he's watching the street cams. But
I mean, would
I
it be
suppose there's no
easier for-
reason. Yeah, you can't just hand that off. Yeah, I'll share the feeds with you if nothing else.
Okay, then I'll start paying attention to both of those while he's driving off.
All right, so we're in motion.
Give me a perception roll, please. Actually, Kato and Frey, roll a d6 for me, please. Highest losers.
Poor Bookworm, just laying out there in the friggin' alley with his ketchup all over him.
Frey,
Actually, I wonder if
you're snipering. Can you give me a hearing-based perception roll?
Possibly.
I wonder if you couldn't just get some fake blood that actually has a blood smell to it, if not just actually using blood. At least it wasn't two cops in a car with a friggin' Godzilla outfit.
That was the same cops.
No. No, not those cops.
I don't know. I think that'd been hysterical if it's like just as Frost is pulling away, he realizes he recognizes one. Like, oh.
Was I on that job? Yes, I was on that job.
No, you weren't. That was a ditch job.
No, that's right. Because Ditch was in the tree.
Okay, never mind then.
So, and give me an IQ roll. So describe your position, your sniper position. It's on a rooftop or something like that?
Yeah. Using the various junk on the roof as cover and concealment.
Yeah, this part of town isn't particularly tall. You get like
Yeah.
4 or 5 story stuff here.
Yeah, I don't anticipate him being like leaning over with the rifle and scanning because, well, he's a gunslinger, so he doesn't need to do that.
Okay, so you will hear the sound of someone approach you from behind. You will hear the sort of the flap of clothes in the wind that alerts you to the presence of someone.
Does he smile and say checkmate?
Hardly. I am going to likely sub-vocalize to let at least Kato know that something's up there, and then I am rolling away to bring the weapon around. I don't know who this guy is.
All right. The moment you do, you will see. You bring the weapon around, so you roll, spin around. You're using your rifle.
At the moment, the rifle is probably not. I don't have it in hand. I don't suspect because I've been waiting for everybody else, so it's probably the pistol.
Okay, so in that case, You will have, draw pistols as you roll. But before you do that, give me a will roll, please.
Crap.
Do you have magic resistance or anything like that?
I didn't know there was magic resistance.
The advantage, magic resistance.
No. I'm just looking through my stuff to see if I had anything better. Because my will is not great.
And that is not sufficient. You can see that she stares at you intensely as you spin around, and her eyes lock with yours, and you are just transfixed. Sort of unable to. You're not paralyzed or anything. You're just dazed or transfixed at her piercing stare. And she comes up close to you. You can see that she doesn't lose her eye contact with you. And she comes up to your sort of face, and you can see she sniffs you, and then says in a sort of raspy voice, "Why are you looking for me?"
We seek the Grail.
You must answer these 3 riddles.
Blue.
Oh, yellow.
Nope, it's blue.
I'll totally get the capital of Asterius question.
So, how do you respond?
How can I respond?
You can speak. You just can't do
well,
anything.
you know that our
Seeking information.
Johnson said he was a friend of hers, or that she was a friend of his.
Who was that? That was Laurent.
That was Laurent.
Is that what we had? Do we have Laurent or Nazir? I don't remember which one.
It's
he
Laurent
identified as.
Nazir. He only told you his first name, but you would know from your knowledge of the Atlantean Foundation. You would know that his full name is Laurent Nazir.
Well, let's see. So, probably gonna say, we're seeking information. Laurent said you knew something.
You can see that while she continues to maintain eye contact, she's clearly thinking, and her movements are a little skittish. And she says, "What does he want?"
Now I gotta remember what we were actually there for. I got so
The
distracted.
horn.
Line.
Yeah. The horn, the codex, and she was not to be harmed.
All right, so you did sub-vocalize. What is the rest of the team doing? I guess the closest person to Frey is probably Kato, and then Book.
Yeah, Book is on the ground. Kato's probably on a different roof, but probably within sight.
When I get the message, I'll start to sit up and stand up and dust myself off and go, well, damn it, I did.
Well, Book could potentially fly up.
Yeah, I could cast fly. We'll see what Kato is doing.
Frost. Well, M is going to be frantically trying to find them on the street cams, and Frost is going to be trying to navigate back toward that area, but that may take a bit.
You totally have the cops following you.
More than likely.
He wanted us to find an artifact and said you might know where it was at.
Did we had a name of that thing, didn't we? We had specifics.
Oh, I remember it's artifact and codex.
I'm not sure if the artifact has an actual name.
He sort of indicated you weren't going to be very helpful, but if we could just talk this out, that'd be great.
The weapon that you have in your hand,
Yep.
she will, carefully just remove it, and while continuing to maintain eye contact. So she'll remove it from your hand, and you see
That's fine.
she will hit your reload or magazine release, and the magazine will drop onto the ground. She kicks it over a little bit, and she'll also eject the bullet that's in the chamber, and then she'll put the gun down. Do you have another sidearm easily visible?
I have another sidearm, but I don't have it visible.
Yes, she doesn't seem to be paying that much attention, or is a little too preoccupied with whatever's going on in her head to notice your other sidearm. And she says, "Leave me alone," and she will back off. So some time has passed. Book, you got up. Kato, are you making any moves towards the roof that Frey is on?
If I've seen, then yep.
Kato, you will look over and you will see that Frey is sort of on the ground. He was in his down low, getting ready to snipe sort of position, and he's being stood over by a woman in a nun's habit. She's not attacking or anything like that, but yeah, she's right in his face.
Alright, and the objective is to capture her, right?
Yes.
Well, technically, the objective was to talk to her and get her to give up the information. If it involves capture, that's another matter.
Subdue her was the word used.
We just need the information, ma'am. Get that? We're out of your hair. You never get to have to see us again.
Ooh, too soon about the hair.
Nice. You see that she feels her bald head and shouts, "Leave me alone!" Yes, Nosferatu lose all their hair.
I missed that. It's a phrase.
Nice going.
Alright, so Kato, what are you doing?
That is a great question.
Surely we can come to some sort of arrangement that doesn't involve bloodshed.
Or running away without giving any information.
Or mind control magic, which sucks, by the way.
I'm gonna attempt to move in to help.
Okay, you're going to do this stealthily?
It would be wise.
Okay. How are you going to move at full speed?
What kind of distance do I have to cover?
I don't know, assume like a couple of roofs over. So 50 yards?
What are my penalties for doing it at half movement?
Minus
If
5
you
to your
move
stealth.
normal, yeah, if you move your regular distance, it's -5.
Okay, and what's the next minus?
It goes from...
I don't think there's a. I don't think it's gradiated. I think if you move more than one hex, it's -5 or something like that.
Yeah.
Because that's like 50 seconds.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit.
That's why you got to try and do it fast.
But to be
in
fair,
in your
you're
favor.
50 yards away, so you've got that in your favor.
To be fair,
And she does seem to be fairly transfixed on Frey.
Alright, well I'll move. I'll move 30 to 50 at normal speed, and then once I get closer, I'll slow down to 1.
Okay, so give me a stealth roll.
Fair, Frey does have attractive and charisma, which are part of the elf template, I think.
You look, at the moment, you look like a pork chop.
Yeah, she's got that whole. What was it in Bram Stoker's Dracula with the veiny look? All she can see is all the veins.
Yeah, she can see the blood pumping through your veins. It's at this point the director does a close up of your veins, and you see the sort of pump, and it sort of glows a little bit. All right, so that will be a fail by 2.
it spells out sin, dudes.
All right, so you start moving quickly towards her. So 30 yards, you said you're going to move fast.
Correct.
So 6 turns-ish. All right, so you're doing this while she's doing her talking. She says, "I've nothing to say. Leave me alone." And she's backing off towards the edge of the building. And
Can't leave without the information, ma'am.
And she sort of gets towards the edge of the rooftop. Just before she sort of disappears over the edge, you see that she must hear Kato approach, and she breaks eye contact with Frey. So at this point, you are no longer bound by her magics. And she'll see Kato approach, and she'll go, "Ah!" and then sort of leap over the edge, and there'll be a flap of her nun's habit.
Crap, it's the flying nun.
Alright, what would be involved in pursuing her?
Chase. Although that is probably a good point to leave it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as a last thought, after picking myself up off the ground, dusting myself off, and looking up and seeing Kato on the move, I will cast Fly.
Ooh. In the chase rules, you'll get mobility pursuit.
Mwah.
Yeah, I
Should I
guess he would if she
cast
can't
it now
fly.
or next time?
Cast it next time.
Cool.
Where's my chase map?
Cool.
I just want to set up the chase map so that we have all the starting distances for everyone.
Oh, right. I suspect at this point that Frost and M are not actively chasing at this
What are you
point.
talking about? You guys are going to
just-
hit her with the car. Please hit her.
How
with
would I
the
do
car.
that?
That'd be. She's running
I
out
don't.
of the
I don't mean.
alleyway,
I don't
and you
mean
boom.
how to. I don't mean how to hit her with the car. I mean how would I run that as part of the chase? I think I'd just sort of randomly. I throw a random thing in there that we show up at a particular turn or not.
Why did that not work?
I need to do a proper token for Kato, apparently. And M needs a different color suit or something.
Damn, you can't lock token scale without a grid.
Can't?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Are you sure?
Oh no. I just can't click the right buttons.
Crap. Just realized I'm not getting the friggin' chase tracker picture.
Dude, you've got the
That cache thing.
one thing. Yeah, the thing turned on.
Is everybody else seeing it?
I see it.
I see it.
The what?
The chase tracker image.
Yeah.
Which means I've got a different version of it here or something.
Yep.
I'm looking at this as looking at you've got the thing where the GM has to approve moves.
Oh. Well, he was
Did.
with that.
Yep.
Oh, that could have been the button I clicked.
If you want some more variety in tokens, you can make a book that has like hands outstretched and sparkles. So that there's less
he really
the gun.
does kind of deserve a purpose-built token at some point.
Alright, so
Something without a gun that he never uses.
I usually carry it, but you're right, I never use it.
M and Frost will be at long. Book will be at medium. Actually, does anyone have the range band actual ranges in yards?
I don't.
Well, just generally speaking, it's close. What is it? Close. Short is pistol range. Medium is rifle range. Long is long rifle range. If you just think of it that way.
Hold on.
So I guess it depends on how high the roof is, whether I'd be at short or medium.
Yeah, you'd be at medium.
Okay. How many stories high are these in this area?
Actually, I found the hospital complex is right there on the lake, across the highway from Capitol Hill proper.
Hey Brian, I added the thing in Discord.
But yeah, it's top. This is sort of a 5 or 6 story area, maybe tops.
Yeah,
Mostly
and
residential, looks like.
that's 50 years ago, though. So it could
That's
be
also
anything.
50 years ago.
Okay,
But
so
on the other hand, this is, like I said, this is right across or right next to the friggin' As Technology headquarters, so it is possible it's a little more built up.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, so that's right. Frost and M will be at long range in a car. So probably should put a car token down there. Nah, it doesn't matter. Book will be at medium, and Frey will be at the Frey and Kato will be at short. Kato being at the longer end of short, and Frey at the shorter end of short.
Not for long, because I'm going to have to go to emergency action to retrieve my regular fire.
No, you would go to static.
I don't know why that wouldn't just be part of the move.
But I would say, yeah, that could be part of your action.
Okay. Considered a move and attack without an actual attack.
Yeah, because it's not second by second.
Yes, chase is abstracted, so you have, it's only going to take you a couple of seconds to pick up your weapons. So in terms of the chase, it's nothing.
Right.
And of course, M will be on the street cameras. So as soon as you have alerted to this, M will be able to at least follow on camera. And I guess Frost will be driving. And unless there's any questions,
Nope.
We will leave it there.
20 points, right?
Yes, but you will all get minus 18 points for trying to bullshit the GM.
That's legit.
You knew you shouldn't have done that.
I would like to use my luck.
Yeah, doesn't work like that.
If possible, I would like to go ahead and spend mine on Pip to improve his availability from 9 or less to, I think the next step is 12.
Let's see. Make a roll to see if Pip is actually available in terms of your contact.
I already talked to him.
You spoke to him, but
Right.
But that
was
didn't
more
count as availability. Gotcha.
That was more as fluff than availability.
Roger. No, 12. So no.
So no, you won't
Alrighty.
have the opportunity. Any other point spending? For those that have your session, 3-session malleability period, you can move points around and and stuff. Everyone else has to spend points on skills that they've reasonably used.
You know, I think I'm gonna get a license for my concealed carry. Probably
Skills
not this
used.
adventure, though.
Skills used, which is why I have something like that.
Wow.
Yeah. I just put a star by mine when I use them and take the star away when I increase it.
That's a really good idea, actually.
I use this star for defaults, but I could easily do something else.
Well, the way I approach it is I don't want to generally go, hey, I used this skill one time, so I'm going to improve it. In my head, I'll go, I can't improve. I'll improve this one after 5 or more. Okay, I've improved it after 5. It's going to be 15, etc. Stuff like that.
So you're doing it the hard way, in other words.
Yep, I am.
Because like I used thaumatology, streetwise, stealth, research, merchant. I used a bunch of stuff tonight. It can all be improved later, eventually.
Yeah, we had a pretty good spread this time.
Diplomacy.
Yeah. M needs some get out of trouble skill
I
points.
think there's going to be some rejiggering. I might just sort of make a new thread as Mr. R and then or
Yeah.
Mr. N. And
Mr.
Go from
M
there.
too. Mr. M reboot is what it would be.
That said, you don't have to get those skills. You don't necessarily have to be good at every situation.
No,
But there
I'd
are
like
some
to be-
situations you really need to be able to get your own ass out of.
Yeah, if I have the
running-
skills to get myself into trouble, I'd like the skills to get myself out of trouble.
Running, stealth, and there's a couple others that every character really should have.
All right. Let's see. So next week is Thanksgiving weekend. I don't know if that's going to matter for everybody or anybody.
I think everybody's here.
Yeah. I don't think it matters for anybody.
I think
Except
the only
maybe
one that wasn't going to be here was
Mark.
Mark, and he was already
Yeah.
not going to be here.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I was toying with potentially
Yeah, that's right.
driving somewhere, but I don't think I'm going to have the money for it. Cool beans.
So you will know before the end of the week,
Oh yeah.
because I guess we could write you out by having you trip and roll your ankle in the chase.
Or just not have a convenient way to follow her as she goes off the side of the building and you're like, well, crap, guess I'm taking the stairs.
Elfwick would never roll his ankle.
He would if he's not here.
Yeah, I'm about 90% certain I'll be here. Maybe pushing 95. All right.
Cool.
Cool.
I guess we're out.
Good times. Thanks for watching stream, Captain Button.
See ya.
Well, there's lots of chatting happening.
Yep. Well, let me go ahead and log out. I'll talk to you guys probably next week.
All right. Thanks, Jim.
Next week.
Have a good one.